All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. Court officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Thank you. First of all, I kindly ask the parties and the Victims' Council and the registry to introduce themselves, starting with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, everyone. Today the prosecution is represented by myself, Cezary Michalczuk, prosecutor, Silvia Dascoli, associate prosecutor, Filippo De Minicis, associate prosecutor, and also deputy specialist prosecutor Alex Whiting. Case manager for today is Julie Mann. This is the prosecution. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Victims' Council, please.
Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, everybody. The Victims' Council's team is represented by myself, Annie Poos, by my co-counsel Lisbeth Zechfeld, as well as Senior Legal Associate Marie-Pierre Babot. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the defense, please. You have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense counsel is present. My co-counsel is Mr. Betim Shala. Investigator is Mr. Fatmir Pillai. And myself, Julius van Monet, lead counsel. Thank you.
Okay. And for the record, your client, Mr. Mustafa, is also present in the courtroom. Now I turn to the registry, please.
Good morning, Your Honours. I'm Ralph Roach from Judicial Services Division in the registry.
Thank you. For the record, my colleagues for trial panel 1 are Judge Roland Dekkers, Judge Gilbert Biti, Judge Vladimir Mikula, Reserve Judge, and I am Mapiveld Volja, Presiding Judge of Trial Panel 1. Today we have planned for the testimony of the first SPO witness in this case, W3593. We will sit in 3 sessions, 9:30 to 11, 11:30 to 1, and from 2:30 till 4. Before we have the witness ushered into the courtroom, I address first Mr. Mustafa. Mr. Mustafa, I recall that you have the right to remain silent and that such silence cannot be considered in the determination of your innocence or guilt. And I also recall what we said to you on Wednesday last week, and also to your counsel, Mr. Van Bonnet, when you already had left before the opening statements of the Victims' Council. I will not allow for disruptive conduct, including disrespectful language in this courtroom, such as was done last week. And it is in my power to have you temporarily removed from this courtroom for that reason. Yeah. I trust that it's clear for you. I saw your hand. I trust that it's clear for you and that you have talked to your counsel about this. I saw you raise your hand. You were asking for the floor. But please.
Microphone, please.
Your Honor, I would like to address the court before we start with the testimony of the witness.
Mr. Mustafa, I can give you at a certain moment of today the floor. Also last Wednesday, if you would have asked for that, I would have given you the floor. But for now, we have a schedule organized for today, so I first want to proceed with that. We will first examine the witness today, and at a proper moment, I will give you the possibility to say what you want to say. And so that's what we are going to do. So yes, you will have the floor at a certain moment, but not now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can we please usher the witness into the courtroom? Mr. Witness, good morning and welcome to the specialist chambers. Can you hear me? Mr. Witness, good morning and welcome to the specialist chambers. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
How are you doing, first of all? Did you hear my question?
If you could speak a bit louder, please.
I said, how are you, first of all? Did you hear the question? I don't know if Mr. Witness is hearing me. Mr. Witness, do you hear my voice?
Yes, but only if you could speak a bit louder.
I will put my microphone more centered. I will start over again, Mr. Witness. Good morning, welcome. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, very good now.
How are you, first of all?
I'm well.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Today we will start with your testimony. But before we begin, I have several remarks. I would like first to explain to you in clear terms the protective measures that you have been granted for your testimony. You have been assigned a pseudonym. This means that we will never mention your name, but we will all refer to you as Mr. Witness, to make sure that the public does not know your name. you also have, which means that outside the courtroom, no one watching the broadcast can see your face or hear your real voice during the testimony. When you answer questions that will not reveal your identity, we will do so in open session, which means that the public can hear what is said in the courtroom. When you are asked to tell something that relates specifically to you, or to mention facts that might reveal your identity, we will do so in a private session. And that means that there is no broadcast and no one outside the courtroom can hear what is said in the courtroom. And if anything is said during the open session that may identify you, we will protect this information. Your testimony will be broadcasted with a delay, and we can remove any such information from the broadcast that will be seen and heard by the public, and from the public transcript of the proceedings. And in addition to these protective measures, the panel has ordered last Friday, the 17th of September of 2021, 4 additional special measures upon request by the Witness Protection and Support Office, and I will refer to it as WIPSO, pursuant to Rule 84C 1 till 3 of the rules, and that's filing 204 and 206, submitted on the 16th and the 17th of September of 2021. And these special measures are shielding you from the direct view of the accused. You can see the shield next to you. Attendance of a WIPSO psychologist during your testimony. In-court assistance by a WIPSO staff member, who is sitting on your left side, and providing you with reading assistance if it's necessary. And this decision has been shared through the court management unit with the parties and the Victims' Council by email of last Friday. And for the record, I mentioned that both a WIPSO staff member and a WIPSO psychologist are present in the courtroom. Mr. Witness, are the protective measures that I just explained to you clear to you?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I request the parties and the Victims' Council to respect such protective measures and pay the utmost attention in the course of their examination, avoiding disclosure of confidential information in open session. And this hearing will be in open session unless otherwise requested by the parties and the Victims' Council or decided by us. And I remind you to give me prior notice if you should require going into private or closed session for the purpose of your questioning or to make any other submissions. And I also remind the parties and the Victims' Council to adhere to the procedure in paragraph 43 and 44 with regard to the in-court redactions as prescribed in the decision on the conduct of proceedings. If we all act diligently, respecting the protective measures granted for the witness, there should be minimal requests for in-court redactions, or even none. That would be the best, of course, and that will help us focusing on the testimony of the witness. Yeah. And lastly, I remind the parties and the Victims' Council of the usual courtroom rules which about the pace of speaking, and I will not repeat them. By now, we all know them. I think. Mr. Witness, I turn back to you. You are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa, to assist the panel of judges to reach a verdict. And after you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the lawyers for the prosecution, and you have been explained. They are, if you look at me, they are sitting over there at my right, at your left-hand side. And if you look up, Mr. Witness, then you see the hand raised. That's the lawyer of the prosecution, which will be asking questions to you. Then the lawyers of the victims admitted to participate in this case will be asking questions to you. And then the defense counsel of Mr. Mustafa, who is sitting at the other side and the left side with the red robe on. And by us, the judges of the panel. This is the panel. I would like to provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that you will be asked. Mr. Witness, please. You should be listening carefully to each question. If you do not understand, feel free to ask the question to be repeated. Yeah? And we want you to tell us the truth and to tell us what you saw, your experience, you heard, or sensed you yourself. If you did not see it or hear it yourself, but you found out in some other way, then you should say so and explain us how. You may not remember all the details of the event, and this is perfectly fine. Please testify on what you remember. Do not guess, do not make things up, and there's nothing wrong in saying, I don't know, or I don't remember. Have you understood all this, Mr. Witness? Yeah?
Yes. Interpreters kindly ask the witness to sit closer to the microphone.
Mr. Witness? Yes, very well. In this way, the interpreters, Mr. Witness, can hear you better. I would also like to give you some practical advice for your testimony, Mr. Witness. Everything that we say here is translated and recorded. So it's important to speak into the microphone, to speak clearly, and at a slow pace, to allow the interpreters to translate everything. So don't talk too quick. And you should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. And when a question is asked, please count in your head till 5, and then you can give the answer. And this pause of 5 seconds is essential for us all to hear and translate and record what you're saying. Yeah? If you have any questions, if you need a break or you need assistance of any kind, please do not hesitate to inform the WIPSO support officer sitting next to you to raise, and then you can raise your hand if you want to say something. Yeah? Have you understood all this, Mr. Witness? It's a lot of information. Yeah?
Yes.
Now, very well. As we must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that's an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give false testimony. Do you understand this, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Could you please assist the witness with his solemn declaration? Yes? Okay, yes, thank you. Mr. Witness, read the text provided to you.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. You are now under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with the testimony of witness 3593, starting with the questioning by the SPO. And I have decided not to start with a free narration with regard to this witness. Mr. Prosecutor, you have estimated 7 hours for your questioning of this witness. We expect you to stick to this estimate and to inform us if you will use less time for reasons of planning of the panel. Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. When it comes to time, we'll try to stick to the time frame allocated to the prosecution. If there is at any point any need for more, but we'll see later on how it goes, we'll definitely make a request in advance to the panel for its consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, good morning.
Good morning.
Prosecutor from the SPO, Specialist Prosecutor's Office. And I'll be asking you questions today. Your Honors, could we go now into private session?
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Yes, Your Honor, one moment. We are now in private session, Your Honor.
Your Honors, the reason why I have requested for the private session is that the first questions posed to the witness will deal with his personal data, and some of the questions, the first questions concerning the story of the witness could also lead to the revealing of his data. The first moment we are done with those questions and answers, I request Your Honors to go back into open session.
Please.
Thank you. approximately?
No.
The thing that happened to you, was it in April or in any other month of that year?
I'm not sure.
The thing that happened to you, did it happen at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, the end of the year?
It happened on the 4th. I remember it as a date, and I was in Slash until the 18th. What I know is that I was there for 18 days.
You said it happened on the 4th. By the 4th, do you mean the day or do you mean the month of that year?
The day, not the month. I don't know the month.
So you said that you were there, you mentioned the name of Slash, you were in Slash 18 days. Is that what you said?
They put me in the car. One of them, when in the car, asked me if I wanted a chocolate or something. I said to him, no, I don't want anything. But they forced me to take that chocolate or sweet. And as I was about to eat it, they hit me and I started bleeding. Then they put a bag over my head. They took me to Slash, to a house. It was a barn. They kicked me. They put me inside that barn. I fell on both my knees. And there I saw another person who was lying down, not moving. After a while, I learned who he was.
To ask you a few more detailed questions about that part of the story that you have just told the court. Your Honors, let's move back to the open session. I'm going to ask a few questions, will not reveal the identity of the witness, but maybe for the benefit of the public should hear that.
Your Honor, we're now back in open session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Mr. Witness, you have told us that at some point you were approached by two persons and you said that they were military police. Can I ask you, the military police of which organization?
Of the KLA.
How were those two people dressed?
They had uniforms.
Could you describe the uniforms that those two persons were wearing?
They had camouflage clothes, those that were usually worn by the KLA.
Do you see any emblems or markings on those uniforms of those two persons?
Can you please repeat it? No, I couldn't see anything. I could only see the uniform.
Those two persons who approached you, were they armed?
Yes,
Did they have long-barreled weapons, short-barreled weapons, if you remember?
they had automatic weapons.
What language did they speak to you?
Albanian, of course.
You said that they were from the military police of the Kosovo Liberation Army. How do you know? How do you know that they were from the military police of the KLA?
This is how they presented themselves, introduced themselves.
You told us that they took you from there. Did they tell you the reason why you should go with them?
No, they said we will only talk to you. At that time, I had no idea why they were taking me.
Did they show you any documentation based on which you are being taken from that place?
No,
Did you feel you had a choice not to come with them?
no. If I didn't go with them, I would have been killed by them right there.
How did you leave that place with them? Was it on foot? Was it by some means of transportation?
On foot, halfway.
You told us a few minutes ago that at some point a car approached you and take you. Is that correct?
Yes,
Do you remember the place from which that car approached? At that school which you mentioned before. And my question is, did those two persons tell you that they were taking you to Slash? Do you remember anything like this?
yes,
So let's move on in time. So you are in that road, that car approached you, and you said that there were two persons in that car, correct?
yes.
Did you recognize those persons in the car?
No, none of them. I didn't recognize or know any of them. I didn't know who they were.
They dressed, those two persons in the car.
They too were wearing uniforms.
The same uniforms as those two KLA police officers who took you from that school?
Something like that.
Do you remember any markings or emblems on the uniforms of those two persons in the car?
No. One of them had a red hat.
The time in the car still. Are we talking about the car? Because my question relates specifically to the point at which a car approaches you and you are taken from that road.
You asked me if they had any insignia on them, these two persons that were in the car. One of them had a red hat. I didn't see or notice anything else because I wasn't allowed to look.
You said that you didn't know those persons in the car.
No, I didn't.
They tell you who they were?
Of course not.
Were they armed, those two persons in the car?
I couldn't see. They were seated. They were sitting in the car. I was in the back seat. I couldn't see. They put immediately a sack on over my head, so I couldn't see what they had on them or who they were.
Did those persons in the car tell you why they are taking you?
No, they didn't say anything. As I already explained, one of them offered me a chocolate. I refused. He insisted, made me eat that chocolate, and as I was about to eat it, he hit me and I started bleeding. And at that moment, they put this sack on over my head. Microphone, please.
About those two persons who were going with you on the road, and at some point the car approached you. When the car with you started going, what happened with those two persons whom you refer to as KLA military police?
From that point, we proceeded to slash all together in that car.
Altogether, you mean the four persons in uniforms and yourself?
Yes, the two that were with me during the journey on foot, myself, and the two that were in the car. I was the fifth person in the car.
Those two persons who approached in a car, I'm not sure whether I asked you about the language that they used when referring to you. What language did they use, those two persons in the car?
Albanian, of course.
Did you feel that you had a choice not to enter that car?
Of course not. No way.
On the way to Slash, as you put it, did those persons in uniforms, did they exchange amongst themselves any words?
No, the moment with the chocolate that I explained, they offered me this chocolate, they made me eat it, and as I was about to eat it, they hit me, I started bleeding, they put this sack over my head and they said, then we will continue to give you chocolates once we arrive there.
Do you know the direction in which you were going?
Yes, I'm born in that area. It's very close to me.
So, where were you going?
I knew we were going towards Lash. I didn't know precisely where we were going.
While in the car, were your movements restrained in any way?
I didn't dare move. I had these two on both my sides, and these other two were in front, so there was no room for me to move. I couldn't move.
You told us a few minutes ago that a sack was put on your head. Do you remember whether that sack was put on your head the moment you entered the car or at some point on the way to Slash?
When I entered the car.
During that trip by car to Slash, did you hear any of those four uniformed men direct any threats towards you?
No, because it was a short journey, about 10 minutes. And then they took me to this place, to the room where I was kept.
Did you reach that place Slash on the same day?
Yes, on the same day, immediately.
How far is it from the place from which you were taken to Slash in terms of kilometers, more or less?
I would say about 10 kilometers, 7, 8 kilometers.
Mr. Witness, what happened when you reached Slash and the car stopped? You told us already something in general terms, but could you precisely tell us what happened? So the car stops there, and what happens then?
The car stopped, the bag was still over my head. Two persons grabbed me by the arms, took me to this room where I was kept. When we approached the door, they pushed me inside the room. I fell on both my knees. Then some others came. I spent about an hour there. Then I was taken to another location, which was outside. It was cold there.
I have one last question, and I'll ask Your Honors to move into private session. My last question to you, Mr. Witness, would be when those persons, these two persons from the car, took you to that place, did they stay there? Did they leave that place?
They pushed me inside. They locked the door and they left. I don't know where they went.
I will kindly ask to move into private session now.
Madam Court Officer, could you please let us go into private session?
Your Honor, we're now in private session.
Please proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honors. The reasons why I have requested to go into private session is that it's possible that the remainder of the story, at least part of it, could lead to the revealing of the identity of protected witnesses. Mr. Witness, so what did you see in that place when you were pushed there, as you described it, by those people in uniforms?
I did not understand the question.
So, you were pushed by those two persons, you were inside that place. What was that place? Could you describe it for us?
I can describe it. As I said, they took me to this place. I had the sack over my head. I didn't know where I was being taken to. So when we got to that place, they opened the door, they pushed me inside, they locked the door and left, and then they came again later.
Was the sack removed before or after you entered that place?
Yes, once I was in the room, the sack was removed.
You are in that room, the sack is removed. What did you see in that room?
It was a barn, a shed for animals.
Was that place big or small? Do you remember?
Well, not more than 5 meters.
Were you in that barn, as you put it, alone?
When I entered the barn, there was a person there, lying down.
Who was that person who was lying down?
Mr. Prosecutor, allow me to interrupt you. I'm looking at the clock and we are approaching time for... no, at 11. Okay, sorry that I interrupted you. Please proceed.
No problem, Your Honors. Your Honors, we can go back into open session now.
Madam Court Officer, we can go back into open session.
Your Honors, we're back in open session now.
Mr. Witness, you told us that at some point you were taken from that place, that barn, as you put it. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Could you tell us who took you from that barn?
It was 3 or 4 persons. Like I said, the sack was placed over my head and they took me outside. So they grabbed me and took me outside and they sent me to another place. It was outside, like I said, and they started to beat me up. I didn't exactly know who those people were.
From the moment you were removed and before the sack was put on your head, do you remember whether those persons who took you from there were uniforms or civilian clothing? What did they wear? That's my question.
So we didn't dare to see anyone. It was just impossible. We didn't dare.
Let me make myself clear. So the moment you were taken from that barn, you told us that there were a few of those persons, so you saw at least how many of them there were. My question is, those persons who removed you, took you from that barn, what were they wearing? How were they dressed?
I don't know if you were getting me or not. So in the moment in time when we got inside, so they told us to put our head down and I didn't dare to see around. So I don't know who was around. We were just told not to look at them, just to hold your hand down, and that was it. I don't know who was there. I don't know what they were wearing either.
Those persons came to take you from that barn. Were they saying anything to you?
They just got inside, they took the sack, they placed it over my head, they dragged me, they just caught me from my arms and they dragged me outside. And so it was a place about 5-6 meters away from the place I was staying. And there were wood, there were all different sorts of stuff there. And it was there that they started to beat me up.
So you were placed into that second place. You told us that the first one was a barn. What was the second place? How would you describe that?
Well, the second place was kind of, it was covered with something. I can't exactly tell you. And like I said, I was not looking. I can't tell you.
So what exactly happened when you were placed in that second place, as you put it, 5-6 meters away from that first barn?
Well, now they started to beat me.
How did the beating look?
Well, I don't know how they beat me. I can tell you that. But yeah, it was basically dark.
Do you remember any of those persons beating you having any headgear? Anything to that effect?
No.
Excuse me, Your Honors. How did that beating stopped?
I have no idea how long they've been beating me up for, because I didn't have a watch, there was no electricity. I don't know So probably it was 2, 3 hours, 4 hours even. I can't tell, I don't know.
Does not deal with time of your beating. My question deals with the moment, the event. How did that beating end? Because at some point it ended, I understand. And how did it end? This is my question.
It's obvious. So they beat me up for a long period of time. So I fainted a couple of times. They throw water upon me, and then they drag me and send me to the other room. And I didn't know anything back then in that point in time. So I just lied down in the water in the barn, probably up until the next day. I don't know what the time was back then, but I know that I was standing like that up until the next day.
During that beating that you have just described, did any of the perpetrators use any weapons at any point?
Yes.
The use of this weapon?
When I was lying, one of them got a revolver and he put that in this place. So he put the revolver over here, and I heard the sound. So I had the impression like I was being killed. So for one moment, he made that noise with the revolver, but the fact was that it didn't shoot. So, and then that person said, you know what, so let him be, because this man is lucky.
Excuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. For the record, I want to state that the witness pointed to his forehead, to the middle of his forehead, when he was talking, because the translator cannot translate what he is indicating.
You have just told us that the revolver made a noise. What was that noise?
Well, so he triggered it. The revolver clicked, but the purpose of that person was not to kill me. He just wanted to make me afraid, but I didn't know about that. So, like I said, when the revolver was put on my head, I mean, I heard the voice, but it didn't shoot. But to tell you the truth, I wanted that man to kill me. But the fact is that he didn't. I don't know why. Probably God helped me, but this is what happened. So in that moment in time, given the situation I was into, I wanted to be dead. I wanted to be killed.
That person who used that revolver against you, do you know who this person was?
This is the person, this is the accused. So the person that I'm here for today, so I don't want to mention his name, but the person that is accused in these proceedings.
Maybe you don't want to use his name, but perhaps you could use his nickname if he had any.
So, well, are you listening to me? I didn't know that person at all back then. But afterwards, I got to know that he was the only person wearing a red hat.
Did that person who used that pistol was wearing a red hat indeed?
In that moment, I don't know anything because I didn't see anything. It was dark, I didn't see anything. but this is the person. I know that. So I know that he did that upon me.
Did anybody refer to, as you said, that person during the beating of yours that you have just described?
No, only this person. So I heard him while saying that don't beat him anymore because he is lucky. So in that moment in time, they interrupted the beating. So about the timing, about how long the beating took place, for I don't know. So it was probably 2-3 hours, but I don't know because I was in a very dire situation. I was injured.
Of yours that you have just described, did the perpetrators call each others by any names?
No, they didn't.
You said a few minutes ago that the person who was there was the accused. How do you know that?
I know it for a fact. How is it that I don't know it? Because that person was the main person over there.
How do you know that he was the main person over there?
Well, I know he was the main person.
Sir, but the court would like to know what is the basis for stating, as you put it, I know that he was that person.
I base my sayings that the other soldiers would not do a thing without the accused telling them what to do. So the accused was the main person, and that's what it is. So I know this, but I haven't seen anything because, like I said, it was dark, and I didn't see anything, and I can't say that I did see something.
Yours. Anybody giving anybody else orders or directions what to do?
No, I didn't. Only this one.
That person who put the revolver to your head, as you just told us, was he also one of those participating in the beating of yours?
Well, I don't know who hit me there. I can't know. So there were 4 or 5 persons. They beat me up in all ways possible, however they wished. And like I said, I fainted for a couple of times, and I don't know anything else.
Remember whether other people were referring in any way to that person who put that revolver to your forehead?
No.
So thank you very much for those answers. You told us that at some point that beating stopped and you were taken from that place. Do you remember who took you from that place?
No.
And where were you taken from that place where you were beaten? On that occasion, how was he dressed?
He was wearing a uniform and he had a red hat. So if I see him today, I would not recognize him. I would not recognize him because he has no interest for me. I hope that I never see this person in my entire life.
You told us that he had that red hat. Did he also wear a uniform?
Yes, the KLA uniform.
Do you remember whether there were any markings of his uniform?
Yes, there was the KLA insignia. It was, the KLA insignia.
Mr.
Maybe-
Prosecutor, it's almost time for the first break. Do you want to complete this line of questioning for a few minutes, and how long you think you will be needing in that case?
Your Honors, I'm going to ask just one question. We can go for a break and then I'll continue after the break.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to simply finish the line of questioning about the way that the person who was beating the witness was dressed. So you told us that the person who asked you those questions about the thieves and who beat you had a red hat. Could you describe this red hat?
So it was like the other hats, but it was red. I think that was for the fact for making him distinct from the others. He was the only one to have a red hat. Nobody else had a red hat.
Word for that type of red hat that that person was wearing?
I didn't understand you.
Apart from the word hat, is there any other word in Albania who could describe that red hat better?
No, I don't know of any other word for it.
Your Honors, for now I don't have questions. We will resume with other questions after the break. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. I therefore ask the court usher to assist the witness in exiting the courtroom. Madam Court Officer, we can go back into public session, and then I can tell also for the public what we are doing.
Your Honors, we're now back in open session.
Thank you. It's now time for the first break. We will resume in 30 minutes. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated.
Your Honor, may I briefly discuss a little point?
Give me, Mr. Van Bonnet, please give me time to arrange for one thing and then
Sure.
we will continue. Bedankt voor de hier. Welcome back after the break. Let me see. Okay.
Put the volume up. The volume.
Before we resume with the testimony of the witness, Mr. Van Bonnet, Defense Counsel, you have asked the floor.
Yeah, just an organizational matter, Your Honor. Obviously, the situation in court is different than the situation in detention center, but my client, he is a very heavy smoker, and that's why a long day like this will have difficulties with that. So the question is, was there would be any place that could be a smoking room or a smoking place, at least. It does not have to be resolved at this moment, obviously, but if we can take a look into the matter, that will be appreciated.
We have taken notice of it, and as you said, it cannot be resolved right now, but we will get back to that. Yeah. Good. We resume with the testimony of witness 03593. Court usher, could you please bring the witness back to the courtroom? Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
I have a look around. Are there any changes in the composition of the teams? I see heads saying no, no, and in this part.
No, sir. No.
No, thank you. Yes, Mr. Witness, I would like to ask you, kindly remind you that before you start answering your question, the question that has been posed to you, to count in your head till 5, because that's important for us to be able to note and to translate what you're saying. Yeah, I see you holding up your thumb as a sign of okay. That's good. Thank you. I now give the floor to the SPO to continue with its question. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Are you right now in the open or private session? Because If it's open, I would like to kindly ask to move into private session.
By default, it's open. So every time you want me to go into private session. So now we are in open session, and I will kindly ask the court officer, who is already on the phone, to go into private session, please.
Your Honors, we're back in private session now.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, we are now in private session, which means that whatever you say cannot be heard by the public at large. Do you understand that?
No, repeat it, please.
Now in the private session, which simply means that whatever you say in reply to my questions will not be heard or seen by anybody outside of this courtroom. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That you feel comfortable and you feel safe while answering my questions. Do you feel comfortable and safe?
Yes.
Before the break, you told us about a certain incident in Zlash in which, as you put it, the accused beat you. Correct?
Yes.
Get a few more details about that occasion. My first question would be, do you remember how the accused beat you? You hear that?
Well, you can figure out someone that has been beaten up. I mean, that's not noticeable. There are marks in the face, it's visible.
Do you see the marks on the bodies of those who were first taken out and then brought back?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what marks did you see of those people who were taken and brought back?
I could see their faces. I mean, they were hit in the face. About the body, I didn't see them in the body, but about the face, I could see their faces, and they were hit in the face.
Faces. Could you be more precise? What signs of beating did you see on their faces?
So if you're hit here, I mean, that's visible. It gets bruised, so it's visible.
Those persons who were taken and then brought back, and as you said, they had bruises on their faces. Did they tell you what was happening to them while outside?
No.
Did any mistreatment of anybody in that place, the lower place, was happening in your presence?
Yes.
Could you please tell the court what you saw, what kind of mistreatment you saw?
It happened there, for instance. So at about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I don't exactly what the time was, but it was about those hours. So 2 soldiers entered the room, and they slapped us and kicked us, all of us, the 17 people that were there in that room. So that is something that happened on every night.
Did you recognize those soldiers? Do you know who they were?
No, none.
Were they the same soldiers entering that lower place, beating you, or were they different soldiers coming 2 by 2?
No, they would be interchangeable. Sometimes were a pair of persons, and some other times there were different persons. I didn't know any of them, though.
How were they dressed, these persons? Do you remember entering that room to mistreat you?
Yes.
So how were they dressed?
They were wearing, some of them were wearing uniforms, and some of them were in civilian clothing.
Did they have any markings on the uniforms? Or on clothings, as you described, which were not uniforms?
Some of them yes, some of them no, but it's not that I was interested to see on whether they had any markings.
Those who had those markings, what were the markings?
The markings of the KLA.
Entering that lower building to mistreat you, were they saying something to you?
They would swear at us.
Did you hear any accusations being thrown at you, not only at you personally, but at anybody else in that group?
Yeah.
No.
Do you recall how many times did those beatings in that during the time you were in Slash?
To tell you the truth, it happened 3 times for one night. Once it happened twice. So every night we would be maltreated alike. And this was true for everyone there.
Anybody from that group of people being maltreated, was anybody maltreated differently than the others?
No, there, inside, we were maltreated the same.
Any instruments used in the maltreatment of yours in that lower room?
No.
My question does not relate only to you personally. My question relates to anybody in that group. So I put it again. Did anyone from that group was mistreated with the use of any instruments?
No, there, inside the room, no.
Do you know whether any instruments were used to mistreat any of those persons while they were taken outside of that lower place?
No, I don't know what they've done outside.
Excuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Just to double check, we are still in private session, and I just wanted to double check with you that that is the way we should proceed.
Give me a second to consult with my colleagues. The reason why I was asking my questions in the private session was because of the well-being of the witness and his condition. I wanted just...
No, I saw that.
I just wanted him to feel secure.
I was just trying to balance how much we should do in private and not, and I did understand your approach, but it's a double check. I leave it for now for your consideration, but just wanted to share it with you that I'm giving it a thought too.
I understand, Your Honor. Just if you could please give me a second for a short consultation. Your Honors, I would request to remain in the private session just for a few minutes because I would like to ask the witness for a couple of questions that might elicit from him some answers about some names that should still remain confidential. Once I'm done, I'll ask Your Honors to move back to the open session.
Thank you. Please proceed. to being able to see the evidence, and then, of course, we will. Mr. Mustafa, are you now able to see the material shown by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office?
You.
No. Now I see them coming up.
So, Mr. Mustafa, at the moment we have not received yet the instructions which document to put on the screen. So as soon as that will be done, it should also appear on your screen. And when the prosecutor has finished his line of question with regard to the document he will be showing to us now, I would like to go back to the picture you showed before, because Mr. Mustafa has not seen that one. So I would like for him to be able to see that one too. But then we have to go back a moment. So, yeah, okay.
Valim deed het.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Van Bonnet, please, you have the floor.
Yeah, just a brief question, Your Honor. We have received the list of materials for direct examination. And is it correct that the document that you are about to show, is that under tab 1 listed?
I should, you asked the
my
question to
yeah.
the Specialist Prosecutor.
Because
It is tab 1 indeed.
yes, so, and the previous document, what would that tab be? Because that might help us actually easier.
It was tab 15, but
Okay.
we'll come back to it later on.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yes? Okay. If this is all clarified, Mr. Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Your Honors, we are now in open session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Witness, we are now going to have a break, and I will ask the court usher to assist you in exiting the courtroom, and then we will see you back at 2:30. Yeah. Before we go into, before we have our lunch break, Mr. Mustafa, I want to get back to you. You asked for the floor this morning, and the defense was invited to file a motion on this matter and has indicated that you might give an unsworn statement before or during the opening statement of the defense. That is not scheduled for today. However, I will allow you to make a statement today at the end of the last session. If you agree to the following conditions, that your statement will not be longer than 10 minutes, yeah? And that you will not repeat what you already shared in the pretrial phase in front of the pretrial judge. We have taken notice of the transcripts of the hearing and that it's public, accessible for everyone, and we have read it too. If you agree with these conditions, I will give you the floor later on.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Then it's time for lunch break. See you all back at 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
please be seated. But my computer's not working. It's completely black. My computer is completely black, dus before we proceed, we should make it work again. Okay. Okay, it's working again. Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Okay. Let us see. Welcome back. That took a little bit more than I had planned, but welcome back. Before we resume with the testimony of witness 3593, there's another issue. And Mr. Van Bonnet, I was informed again, like I was last Wednesday, that your client does not want to attend the hearing today any further. Okay, I recall the procedure under Rule 68, paragraph 4 of the rules, which provides for the possibility for the accused not to appear in court. Specialist counsel, do you want to make any submissions in this regard?
Yes, Your Honor, indeed. He would like to not further attend for today. The microphone? Sorry. Sorry, Your Honor. Let me start again. Yes, indeed, Your Honor. I would like to inform the panel that the client does not want to attend further the proceedings of today's witness. He will not make any unsworn statement or today or so. And I was not very clear on one thing. I believe that the panel said that we would like to ask some question to the accused if the witness has completed his testimony. Now, just for the sake of clarity, is that the completion of the testimony after the defense has questioned the witness, or is that after prosecution and victims' counsel would have asked questions?
Mr. Van Bonnet, I don't think I understand your question very well.
Okay.
So can you rephrase it or repeat it?
I'll repeat it, Your Honor, and rephrase it. I believe it was that Your Honor said that the panel would like have the possibility to ask a question to Mr. Mustafa regarding the testimony of a witness once that has been completed. And my question is, with the completion, do you mean after, when the defense has also questioned the witness, or is that after victims and prosecution have asked their questions?
But look, now we are going into, what is it? No. We are discussing two different things at the moment, or maybe they are related, but because we will be asking your client questions. We will first have examination in chief. Will have the victims' counsel. Then we have the cross-examination, and then maybe we will have a redirect and a rejoinder. So everything will be finished. The panel might be asking questions. That is how I foresee it. And if that is done, then I will ask Mr. Mustafa if he could answer some questions. That is how I foresee it.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. It is relevant because at this point, Mr. Mustafa would not respond to any particular question of the panel, if that would be the case today or even tomorrow. So that was the reason why I asked it. and he just does not want to join for today. And if there is a possibility to do that through video link tomorrow, I think that would be a preference of the accused.
If I may repeat what you just said, your client is not going to be here this afternoon. And with respect to tomorrow, you're saying that he might also not appear.
He would like to attend through video link.
Okay, Matt, do I understand that that is something you would like to do, that he would like to do every day, because there are more witnesses coming up, of course? Please, Mike.
Sorry.
No, I know it. We have to get used all to it, including myself.
Yes. No, not for every day and not for every witness. There is obviously a range of witnesses in which I am sure, positive, that he would attend.
That he would attend?
Yes. And today's witness is not one of those.
Yes. Our decision after I will have made a round with the other party and the Victims' Council will only apply for today, like I said, also last Wednesday. And as soon as we deem it necessary, your client will have to appear, but that depends on at which stage we are in the proceedings. And with regard to your remark that Mr. Mustafa already wants to anticipate that he is not going to answer, apparently, any questions from the panel. Is that what I understood?
That is correct.
Yeah. I will discuss that matter also with him, and not only through his client, through his counsel. So it's good to have it on record, saying it to us. But I would like to discuss it also with him.
It's not a problem. It's just that I wanted to know to make sure that today there would be no further questions from the side of the panel regarding this, and that's why I said, well, I can be sure that he will not answer any questions today. So that is why
I understand. But would you continue to make your submissions then with regard to paragraph 68 under 4, because all the conditions should be met, like we discussed the other day. But if you can confirm that he is required to be present and that he has unequivocally and voluntarily waived his right to be present, which is very important.
Yes.
Because if
that is for sure.
That's for sure. Because if we would allow for it, he could be missing part of the examination. There will, if we allow for it, there will be a video link in the detention unit, but he will be missing a part of it when he's being transported there.
It's not necessary for today, I would say, but if there is a video link situation and that is established, then it would be better to establish that video link so that he can participate through video link. And, at that time, if there are any particular questions to be answered to the panel, that could be done also through the video link. Not for this particular witness, once again,
okay,
but for
in general.
In general, I say this, that could be the case. But obviously, defense has also reviewed a little bit witnesses, and so does Mr. Mustafa himself.
And could you give some more clarification about the position of your client in this regard? This yes, no, yes, no.
Your Honor, I'm not completely at liberty to exchange that with the panel, but the generality is that obviously there is witnesses that he finds more important than other witnesses. Not to say that that there is where there is particular questions to be asked or something in that line. And other than that, he simply does not want to attend.
Yeah, the last thing is completely clear to
Yeah.
me. That I see, but in order to understand what you just brought up, you said some witnesses are more important than others, and then you made a remark about putting questions to them.
Yeah.
You mean questions?
No, not by Mr. Mustafa, but through the council. We confer about that.
I just don't hear it very well.
Okay.
I think in some
Not
ways...
by Mr. Mustafa himself, but
Yes.
through his counsel, that we will address the witness to that particular point. And then I think the response to those questions, I think, are relevant for Mr. Mustafa.
If the questions are put, of course, through you, I don't see very well what his being or not being here in that specific case makes a difference.
In such occasion, maybe we can consult on one or two issues regarding that particular witness. That is the only difference.
Okay. Good. No, yeah, not good, but this is as it is. But we have not finished with all the conditions. You will be present here, yeah? Okay. And you will represent his interest during this hearing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Now, I asked them to you because...
No, of course, Your Honor.
Okay.
In my view, I'll be here.
Could the speakers kindly be asked not to overlap because of the interpretation? Thank you very much.
Okay.
So the conditions in the view of the defense are met. And I will, of course, be here. He has unequivocally waived his right to be present and tried in his presence. And other than that, I do not believe that for this particular witness there is any particular presence of the accused required.
Okay. I've heard your submissions. Look now at the Specialist Prosecution Office. You have the floor if you want to give your views.
Your Honours, very, very briefly, could we get from Mr. Van Bonnet maybe some more precise reasons why Mr. Mustafa doesn't want to be here? Or is it just simple, no, I don't want to attend this hearing? Does he know perhaps some more particular reasons of his non-attendance right now? This is a question from Mr. Van Bonnet.
Yeah, I understand the question, but you have not any further specific submissions other than this question. I think he already gave reasons. I will first give the floor to the Victims' Counsel.
Yes, Your Honours. Very briefly, although in principle last week I've very clearly stated my preference for presence. However, in this particular case, given the circumstances of the witness who we are hearing today and the need for the screen that we had earlier, it might indeed not be... the presence might not be required, or might... no, let me phrase this differently. It might not be just as urgent as other times for the accused to be here. What I would ask, should the panel authorize his absence, that WIPSO informs the witness before re-entering about the change and the absence of the accused, just so that the witness has the ability to prepare himself for this.
Thank you. Yes, I see your hand raised. Please.
So I just wanted to echo what the Victims' Counsel has just said. I wanted to say exactly the same. Apart from that, if this is going to be a more regular practice of the absence of the accused, maybe we should get from the accused on the record that he understands the implications of him not being present, that he's aware of his rights and obligations, and that this session can continue without him. So he should probably say that, and so that we have it on the record, because from what you can see, it might at some point become a regular practice in relation to this particular accused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Van Bonnet, second round.
I think I answered the questions already in the first round. And other than that, I think that participation through a video link is a regular means for each of the participants in the in the trial, so including the accused.
And
therefore, participation is not necessarily that he is not participating that when he is through a video link appearing.
Okay, good. Is this what you want to say about it? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, no further submissions, Your Honor, on the part of the prosecution.
No, nothing to add by the SPO and by the Victims' Council. Good. I will refer with the colleagues, and we won't be doing that here in the courtroom. So we will go back and we will join you in some minutes.
All rise. All right.
Please be seated. Okay, now I will now give an oral order under Rule 68, paragraph 4 of the rules. I note that in the present case there has been an initial appearance. The accused has been duly notified that he is required to be present. He has unequivocally and voluntarily waived his right to be present. His counsel is present and will represent his interests during this hearing. And furthermore, in the specific circumstance of this case, the panel is of the opinion that the presence of the accused is not necessary for this specific hearing. So therefore, we authorize that the accused is not present this afternoon. However, tomorrow morning, we deem it necessary for the accused to be present in order to discuss his presence in this courtroom for future proceedings. So we order him to be here at 9:30. This concludes my oral order. And Mr. Van Bonnet, I would, could you please advise your client on, or explain to him why the panel would like to see him and talk directly to him on this issue, because we consider it a very important right to be present for his own proceedings. And I would rather, and I did not say that in my oral order, but I would rather also discuss it with him than only through you.
I will certainly do so, Your Honor.
Good. Thank you for... I see your hand raised. Mr. Specialist Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Your Honor, sorry for taking the floor. Again, on the same issue, but we would like to be sure that the witness, when he comes back to continue with his testimony, is advised on the fact that the accused is no longer present. He will not be able to see that through the shield, so we need to advise him.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good. I was informed that the WIPSO is following the proceedings, of course, through a video link. So if I say from here to WIPSO, if they can please inform the witness that Mr. Mustafa is not present anymore in the courtroom before we enter, he enters the courtroom, that would be very much appreciated. So, good. Let me see. I will do some formalities now, and that will give the time for the member of WIPSO to communicate this with Mr. Witness. I don't see any changes in the composition. I should have started with that, but that is arranged for. Okay, good. I will now ask the court usher, can we please bring the witness back? Thank you.
Microphone, please.
Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
We are now going to proceed with the questions put to you by the specialist prosecutor. And I give now the floor to the specialist prosecutor, but not before I ask you that if you have been informed that Mr. Mustafa is not present anymore in the courtroom. You know that?
Yes.
Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, good afternoon.
Your Honors, we're back in open session.
Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Mr. Witness, when you were in that second stable, that second part, lower part of that place, were you aware of where your captors were, where they were staying?
No.
Do you know whether they were staying in the same building somewhere or in another building?
We were staying separately from them. I don't know where exactly they were staying.
You told us already that you and the other people in that barn were staying in the lower part of that structure. What was upstairs?
I know that on the lower part where I was staying, the barn, I was taken once upstairs where I was beaten, and I wasn't allowed to look around when I was taken upstairs. And when they took me from the lower place to upstairs, I had a bag over my head. I didn't know at the time where they were taking me to.
When you were in that lower part of that building, in that barn, could you hear what was happening upstairs?
Yes, we couldn't sleep at all because the upper part was just with wood, covered with wood, and while people were being beaten up upstairs, we just couldn't sleep because we were scared.
Are you saying that the ceiling above the place you were staying was made of wood?
There were simple wooden planks. Up there, they used to keep food for the animals, but they were using it as a room.
You could hear something that was happening above and that you couldn't sleep. Could you tell the court what did you hear that made it impossible for you or difficult for you to sleep?
We could hear people screaming, and we could hear hard sounds, and we simply couldn't sleep because we were scared that at any time they would come down and bring us upstairs as well.
Some hard sounds. Could you tell us, could you describe what sounds did you hear?
These were sounds of people being beaten and their screams.
How often during the time you spent in that lower part of the building did you hear those screams and, as you put it, the sounds of people being beaten?
I didn't count, to tell you the truth, but many, many times, almost every night.
Before the break, you told us that very often people were being taken out from that lower building, taken somewhere, and they were coming back in a worse state that before they left. You mentioned that they were being beaten. So my question is, those persons removed from the stable often, were they those whose screams you heard?
We didn't know exactly who was being beaten upstairs because we couldn't see anything, but those people that were being taken from downstairs to upstairs, those were the ones who were being beaten.
From the place downstairs where you were hearing all those noises, all those voices of the people, did you hear any conversations, any exchanges of words between people being upstairs?
No, you could not hear words, but you could hear noises.
Mr. Witness, hearing all those voices of people being beaten, as you put it, screaming, how did you feel? Could you tell the court, how did you yourself feel?
We felt very badly because we were thinking about ourselves and we were thinking that we would have the same chance as them.
I would like to ask you a couple of questions that relate to the conditions of your detention. Let's start from food. What were you fed?
There, we were given just a piece of bread, stale bread, and it was possible as well that we would not eat for 48 straight hours. We did not eat a thing because there was nothing to be served. Of course, it was the wartime and probably they didn't have bread, but they would bring bread to us every 2 days or every day. I mean, whenever they could, I think.
In your view, were you given sufficient amount of this bread?
No, I am telling you exactly how that was. So we gave just a piece of bread, a single piece of bread, just to keep us alive.
And also the others, correct? Who were there in that lower room?
Not only me, but everybody else who was in the same room with me would be given the same.
I understand. How about something to drink? Were you given something to drink during that time in Slash?
We didn't even have enough water to drink.
How much water, if you remember, were you provided during that time in Slash?
So they brought us some container of water, so they just brought this container and that was it.
Did you consider it sufficient for you and the others?
No, not at all.
What was the temperature in that barn where you were kept?
It was very cold. Where we slept, where we lie down in order to sleep, it was almost all water. It was wet.
Did you have any beds, any beddings to sleep on?
Nothing.
Were you able to wash yourself during your detention time in Slash?
We couldn't even drink water, let alone washing ourselves and getting cleaned.
To yourself and also the other detainees, is that correct?
Yes, I'm talking for everyone. I'm not talking only about myself. I'm talking about everybody that was there in the same room.
Microphone, please.
Were any of you able to change your clothing during your stay in Slash?
Where could we take them? We didn't have a place where to take anything, so only the clothes that we were wearing by the time that we went there.
You were provided with some clothing to change. You said it was wet, you slept in water. Were you offered any clothing to change?
I'm telling you that we only have these blankets, those blankets that are used to cover horses, and that was all. We didn't have pillows, we didn't have anything else at all. So that was the only place we could sleep. But most of the time we were awake, so we were not let to sleep either.
Were you able to use the toilet whenever you needed to?
So in the big toilet, I mean, there was this toilet outside, and we would be accompanied outside. So we were accompanied by 2 persons when we had to go outside, whereas otherwise we had to pee inside.
Those 2 persons who were, as you put it, were accompanying you outside, who were these people?
I could not know possibly who those people were, so they were guarding us at the door and we didn't even dare to look at them. So they were just accompanying us, they were sending us to the toilet, and that was it. So we could not know who these people were.
They were escorting you outside. Were they armed?
Of course, normally so, because they were holding automatic weapons.
Were any of you provided any medical attention while in Slash?
So we did not even dare to say that we were sick. No.
You didn't dare to mention that you were sick.
Because if you said that you were sick, you were brought outside and you would have been killed immediately. So it was not possible to say, I think.
Any of you ever try to say, I need medical attention?
Nobody of all of us dared to say such a thing.
Did any of you have access to your families or to the outside world while you were being kept in Slash?
No.
Was anyone kept there, visited by any of their family members?
I do not know. I do not think so.
Mr. Witness, how did you feel psychologically during that whole stay in Slash?
I don't know what to say. I was lost. I didn't know what was happening to us.
Family? You don't have to tell us anything more, just yes or no will suffice for an answer.
Yes, I had family, but my family could not come there because they were not allowed to.
Did they know where you were?
This is how we got out.
Do you remember, because you have just told us that that person was calling you by names, do you understand correctly that he was calling you individually out, saying Mr. this, Mr. that, go? How was it? Could you please tell us a bit more precisely?
Yes, this is how it happened.
Order of people leaving that place, you left as the first person, the second person, the third. Do you remember that?
I was the penultimate person.
You have just told us that when you left, there were people outside Is that correct? Did you say that?
A lot.
Who are these people?
I didn't know them. I don't know who they were, but there were many.
How were these people dressed? Those people whom you saw outside.
There were people wearing uniforms, there were people that were not wearing uniforms. But to tell you the truth, I was not looking at them. I was not interested to see what they were wearing because I just wanted to run away and to go away.
For a moment, focus on those without uniforms. Did you see where these persons were coming out from?
Yes, so there were soldiers, both wearing uniforms and not in uniforms.
My question relates only to those without uniforms. When you left that place, that barn, did you see where those people in civilian clothing were coming from?
No, I could not see them like that. But while we entered the column, we went towards Pristina, and I saw people that were staying there, and I saw people that were in civilian clothing, and that is it.
To any of those persons in civilian clothing, either shortly after you had come out of that barn or later on when you formed that column that you have just mentioned?
No, man. So it was 2 or 3 hours in the column. So we placed ourselves as part of the column. And I just saw one person that I saw before. I saw that person in the column as well. So he was before myself and he was kind of running himself to leave the place.
Your Honors, could we now move briefly to the private session?
Madam Court Officer, could we please go into private session, please?
Your Honors, we are now in private session.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, so you told us that at some point somebody opened the door, called you by your names, you started leaving that barn. My question is, who was released? Whose names mentioned by that soldier, that person, do you remember?
It was us. So the persons that were there, I was the person before the last. Almost the 17 people, I think. So we left the place and I left just one person behind. So at the end, it was only 3 of us. So I stopped and then I left 2 other persons there. When I left the building, I left 2 people behind myself.
Could you, by the names, tell us who of those persons were released and who of those persons stayed behind? So let's start from those who were released. So it was yourself and who else?
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we please assist, yes, the witness leaving the courtroom? Thank you. Are already in private session, so we will remain in private session. On the 1st of September of this year, the SPO filed a notice on of potential need for assurances for witness U4600 pursuant to Rule 151, paragraph 3 of the rules. The testimony is scheduled to begin as soon as the testimony of the witness 3593 is completed. The registry has assigned a counsel to this witness, and on the 9th of September 2021, the counsel has filed a request to provide an assurance with respect to self-incrimination for this witness, should the panel wish to compel the witness to testify, pursuant to Rule 151, paragraph 2 of the rules. And on Thursday, 16 September 2021, the SPO provided its view on the request, pursuant to paragraph 48 of the decision on conduct of proceedings. And the SPO submits that it does not have any objections to assurances being provided to witness 4600. Yes, I see a nod. Now, I shall now give an oral order on this matter. Having considered the request and the SPO views, the panel considers it appropriate to grant the request and will accordingly provide witness 4600 with assurances in accordance with Rule 151, paragraph 3 of the rules immediately before the commencement of his testimony. The panel orders the registry to notify the counsel for witness 4600 of the present oral order. This concludes the oral order of the panel. Madam Court Officer, can we please go back into public session?
Your Honors, we're back in open session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. There is a disclosure issue which I would like to discuss with the SPO. The panel would appreciate very much if we could receive a conversion table with the old reference numbers of the documents shown to the accused, changing them into the new reference numbers, because the panel is having some difficulties to retrieve some of the documents shown to the accused in the witness statements done by in the suspect interviews done by the SPO, and then specifically I'm referring to ERN 069404 TRET Part 1 till Part 8. I give you the possibility to react.
Your Honors will provide that. Just one matter of clarification. Have Your Honors received the conversion table in relation to the statement of this witness we are having today? Just as a matter of clarification.
I received it today during the day. It has been filed. At least I think I saw that one.
It was also, I believe it was also sent last week already on Thursday, just in the run-up for today's session. So I believe Your Honor should have that. But if not, please revert back to us. if
I
there is
have
any unclarity.
all the documents that had to be shown. I've seen them, so I think that the conversion table and that table has been applied. But this one, we have not received, at least to our understanding.
Your Honours will provide that conversion table also.
Okay. Okay, then I hereby order the SPO to provide a conversion table with the old and the current ERN numbers of all the documents shown to the accused during his SPO interview carrying ERN number 069404 TRET Part 1 to Part 8. This concludes my oral order. Then 2 more remarks. The time used by the SPO for today up to 15:40, so we are already a little bit more ahead, but it's 3 hours and 1 minute. And this time excludes any discussion that were more than 1 minute, which did, so that's important for you to know, 3 hours and 1 minute till 15:40 of today. More precise, Mr. Prosecutor, I was just informed that exactly 3 hours and 20 minutes till the end of the day. Good, and then, yes, the Specialist Prosecutor asked earlier today clarification as regards to the tendering of material with regard to the witness. I refer to filing 170, paragraph 36 to 38. But in summarize, it can be done until the end of the month for the witness whose testimony finished within that month. Yeah? And if there are any more questions, please refer them to the panel. Let me see. I think that if the parties look, and the Victims' Council have not anything more to raise, and I see a no, then we will resume tomorrow with the questioning of witness 3593, but we will first start at 9:30 to discuss with the accused, Mr. Mustafa, his future presence or not in the courtroom. Yeah. I thank the parties and the Victims' Council and the registry for their attendance. I also wish to thank the interpreters, the stenographer, and the audiovisual technicians and the security personnel for their assistance today. The hearing is adjourned until tomorrow, 9:30.
All rise.